Hello, hello. One seated, please. And can I ask the judges to please come up front so we can start? Hmm? Guru tayo mo. Come in front. Come. Tungom jijit jo ah. Okay, we're about to start now. Okay. Makodada, welcome everyone. My name is Evelyn Ralpho. I'll be your MC for today, not tonight, but before we start our program, can I ask Mr. Jubiner to open it with a word of prayer?
Mulimji, Jenny Jargio, Manmejamani, Kamulu going to Jupon Ranam, Emen Modajana, Jinu Yeni, Kajudabona, Jaja, Yeni, Mayan Yajamal, Lodani V. Correct Kumulo, Amen.
Komolo dada Jubiner again, Nanin Charam, Kajaram. Come on. Okay. So I guess I'll be the MC and I'll do the welcoming remark on behalf of NNC. Okay. Mokodata, I would like to say Komol Tata for coming today, and Komol Tata for the student and their coaches for accepting to be in this debate today. I'd like to give an acknowledgement to the President, President Ilda Aini, our cabinet, the Speaker, Vice Speaker, the Nidijala members, Leroyan Yanin, Im Rojaro Matalo, Yon Bejeroin, Merewan Yanin, Larry Jack. I also like to give an acknowledgement to the judges. Ijalage, I know that they're really busy, but they gave us their time to come here and help us judge the kids today on their debate today. I would like to thank Danny D. Logan, right over there on your left side. Danny D is she's from PSS. She's the curriculum specialist there, language curriculum specialist. Abaga Madison, Anjane Madison. She's from the Chief Secretary's office. She's the deputy chief. Connie Levi is from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's the U.S. desk officer there. Perjuan Allen Komolta. To our timekeeper, Lori Clanry, she works at Office of the Chief Secretary. She, como data for giving your time also. And we have our scorekeeper right over there. She's all in. Jama for, I call her last minute to come and help out. So, como data. And also my good friend there, standing there, he'll be helping around with other stuff that we need here. Okay? Acknowledgement to the students, their coaches, and our visitors. I see a lot of our visitors from outside. They're from Japan. Our visitors from UN. I see Rafael, Diego, and then there, the other colleague there. Sorry, I'm really bad at names, so excuse me. I'd like to thank you guys for coming today and to make this day a special day and witness the student and all what they're going to present today. Thank you very much. Okay. I think I'm finished with my with my remarks. I'll go on and share the rules and good sportsmanship for today. So I don't have my paper here, but if I can recall from it, it says, can I borrow one? Demonstrate and respect for each other. I'm talking about you kids as opponents. Bullying or humiliating or an opponent should not be tolerated in any academy debates. False argument through the use of false evidence or purposeful creation or false position should not be tolerated in any academic debate. Is that clear? Managay? Okay. So, we'll go on to, I guess we'll start, and I'll ask my friend over here to do toasting, sorry, to see which group goes first. I'm sorry. I forgot to say the topic. Okay. The topic for today is, should RMI ratify the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons? So you have the affirmative, and then you have the negative. So which, are you guys the affirmative or?
First team, USP, you will go first. You will have 5 minutes to give your speech. When your allotted time has expired, I will let you know, and that's when you have to stop right away. Okay? Oh, negative first. Negative is first because you said heads and they were tails. I mean, the quarter was tails, so they go first. They're what? I wrote, they're negative. Okay. Okay, that's fine. you can speak with the director. Yes. Okay, the time will start when you begin your speech. I wrote down negative for USP and positive for CMI. Okay. Do you have that? You're negative? Affirmative? Okay, you sure? Okay, so they're affirmative. Okay. Okay, so you will go first. When you start your speech, that's when the timer will start. Okay? And please speak into the mic so that everyone can hear you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, fellow debaters. Before we proceed with today's debate, we, the USB team, would like to take this time to acknowledge and pay our respects to those whose lives have been affected by the nuclear testing in the RMI as we commemorate Nuclear Remembrance Day. We are honored to be included in this activity as we pay tribute to the sacrifices of the islanders and the sacrifices of this country for humanity. There are no winners or losers here today because we are here to continue to advocate for a safer future. Honorable judges, esteemed guests, supporters, and fellow debaters, hello, my name is Minnie, and these are my teammates, Yup and Layla. We stand in support of the resolution that the RMI should ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And these are some key terms that need to be defined before I proceed with today's debate. They are A, UN, a binding formal agreement, contract, or other written instrument that establishes obligations between two or more subjects of international law. UN, this is an acronym used to refer to the United Nations, and B, a treaty, a binding formal agreement that establishes obligations between two or more subjects of international law. And C, UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, or TPNW. It is a comprehensive set of prohibitions on participating in any nuclear weapon activities. D, nuclear weapons, a device that uses a nuclear reaction to create an explosion. And E, atomic bombs and thermonuclear bombs. And atomic bombs are a kind of nuclear bomb that only utilize nuclear fission. And F, civilian. A civilian is a person not in the armed forces or the police force. My team and I will offer 4 points today in support of our position and our resolution, which I will restate. The RMI should ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Our first point is nuclear weapons cause a lot of destruction and death, especially for civilians. Our second point, nuclear weapons lead to high levels of radiation. Third point, nuclear weapons could bring about nuclear winter, global famine, and environmental devastation. Our fourth point is nuclear weapons lead to economic and social justice issues. I will elaborate on the first two, and one of my teammates will elaborate on points 3 and 4. First and foremost, we argue that RMI should sign this treaty because nuclear weapons cause great devastation and fatalities. Nuclear weapons are possibly the most dangerous man-made weapon today, with its ability to blow nations to debris. Several nuclear explosions would kill tens of millions of people. It is therefore safe to say that even neighboring countries or cities would be able to feel the impacts of nuclear detonation. If we bring that closer to home, the nuclear testing on Bikini and its effect on the civilians and the destruction to the land and sea is well documented. Nuclear weapons do not end with military targets or combatants. Civilians are often the majority of casualties from a nuclear attack. For Marshallese, the testing on Bikini had devastating effects on its people. The US government and its military ran so many tests that the nuclear weapons rendered Bikini and nearby atolls unfit for habitation. Soil and water severely contaminated that the radioactive materials are still present to this day. Civilians no longer can survive on subsistence farming, and its simple fishing expeditions are considered to be dangerous. The inability of nuclear weapons to tell the difference between civilian or militant and the lack of control we have over nuclear blasts should be good enough reasons for this weapon to be outlawed. Our second point is that RMI should sign this treaty because the use of nuclear weapons leads to high levels of radiation. The International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons is a coalition of non-government organizations in 100 countries promoting adherence to and implementation of the UN Treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. On the ICANN website, they outline how the effects of radiation from nuclear weapons. They state, and I quote, "Nuclear weapons produce ionizing radiation which kills or sickens those exposed, contaminates the environment, and has long-term health consequences, including cancer and genetic damage. The legacy of nuclear testing means that up to 2.4 million people worldwide will die from illness linked to nuclear testing in the 20th century."
Time.
Thank you.
Okay, it'll be time for your rebuttal. I'll let you see the clock so you know when your time is almost up. So when you start speaking, that's when the clock will start.
Good morning. I would first like to extend my appreciation for the distinguished guests, judges, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time out of their day for an enlightening segment with my colleagues and our opponents. My name is Tristan Zebedee Horyuchi. My colleague and I will be affirming the case that the Republic of the Marshall Islands should not ratify the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, or TPNW, due to the following claims. Number one, countries that possess nuclear weapons were not a part of the TPNW discussions. And number two, geopolitical implications of ratifying the TPNW. As first speaker, I will be introducing our first claim, and my colleague will further elaborate on the following argument. As stated in our introduction, countries that possess nuclear weapons were not a part of the TPNW discussions. In the perspective of a realist, how can we be so sure with countries with nuclear weapons will comply in the best interest of the treaty? As an old proverb goes, you can only lead a horse to water, but you can't force to drink it. In the horses being the 9 countries that possess nuclear weapons, and the water being the TPNW. In hindsight, ratifying the treaty as stated by the parties of the United States of America in Manuscript 43, petition to the United States Nations Trusteeship Council from the Marshallese people, April 20th, 1954, as they stated, it's unrealistic. The United States has already supported the Non-Proliferation Treaty and has reduced their military weapons by 85%. That's according to Nikki Haley. Of course, we all would love a nuclear-free world. However, realistically, we cannot deny the fact that we live under a nuclear umbrella. As former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley discussed, if the bad actors can possess such weapons, why can't the good ones have it for themselves? North Korea has nuclear weapons and is not part of the UN. They will not abide by the treaties. The TPNW is a humanitarian treaty and is for the safety and security of our people and people across the globe. With that being said, how can we rid the world of nuclear weapons if it is the only thing protecting us from potential threats? Komotada.
Will that be it? Okay, next up we'll have a crossfire for 10 minutes, and we will start with USP. soon as because you're doing it. So as soon as you speak, it will start. Okay.
I have a question for speaker number one. You spoke about how the countries that were not involved in the TPNW talks, why weren't they?
I'm sorry, may you please repeat the question and speak more clearly and louder, please?
Why weren't the countries you spoke of, such as North Korea, China, India, why were they not part of the discussion on TPNW?
Well, as stated by Nikki Haley, we have to think realistically. Of course, North Korea doesn't want to ban nuclear weapons, and like as I said, realistically, we can't just stop all nuclear weapons
Why?
because North Korea is not a part of the UN. And as I've stated before, the bad actors, if they can have the power, why can't we have it out for ourselves?
Okay.
We live under a nuclear umbrella, and that umbrella is currently protecting us. It's the reason why we're all here. It's the reason why in human history, we're currently living in one of the most peaceful era, and it's due to that nuclear umbrella.
But what does those countries have to do with Marshall Islands signing the treaty? They do not have a say in our decision. We shouldn't be thinking of the other third world countries. We should be thinking about our country because this is on Marshall Islands signing the treaty.
Of course, that's true. But at the end of the day, if our decision affects everybody else's, so ratifying the treaty wouldn't make sense if countries like North Korea, United States, India, and countries that possess nuclear weapons all have the power and shoot. Okay.
I'm sorry, possessing nuclear weapons is different from utilizing them. Possessing nuclear weapons is different from utilizing them to bring destruction and war.
Possessing. Wait, may you repeat the question?
Possession is different from utilization.
And what should I say? Utilization. Okay.
So we're at 6 minutes and 44 seconds.
Okay. Utilizing. What do you mean by utilizing?
Possessing is having nuclear weapons stock, but utilizing is actually using it
Using
for
the-
mass destruction and war.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of utilizing the nuclear weapons, of course, we're speaking on behalf of the future, we're speaking on, I guess you can say we're speaking on behalf of our children's children. And utilizing nuclear weapon is just, in this day and age, not ideal. Nobody wants a nuclear war. If someone presses that button, the other person will press the button.
You can ask a question now.
Yeah.
It's a crossfire.
So, so who is to say possession will lead to utilization?
Who is to say possession will lead to utilization? The countries that possess nuclear weapons are United States, Russia, France, China, and the United Kingdom, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea. Which countries have used nuclear weapons for war?
Just the United States?
Just the United States?
Or, unless there's more?
Israel, you guys know about the situation between Israel and Pakistan. Israel has used nuclear bombs on the situation on Gaza. So to answer your question, possession doesn't mean utilization. If we sign this treaty, the possessed nuclear weapons in those said countries cannot be used for utilization in those wars.
Then wouldn't we be undermining our security?
Huh?
Wouldn't we be undermining our security?
Undermining our security? Our security from whom?
From potential threats. Again, we have to
Potentially,
be realistic. We can't just ban nuclear weapons as a whole. We have to, in a sense, we still have to keep them. It's what's protecting us. Like I said, we're currently living under a nuclear umbrella, and it's because of that power.
the power held by the Marshall Islands or the United States?
By the United States. We're
So are
still
you saying
safe.
that we're under the power of the United States?
Yes, we are, but we're still here, aren't we? We're protected.
Even if we don't decide to sign this treaty, we are not guaranteed to be safe by what?
May you repeat the question?
Even if we do sign this treaty or ratify this treaty, we're not guaranteed to be safe from outside powers.
Okay. And so, in that case, how would you say, how would we be safe then? What's safe to you?
Safe to me is having our own sovereignty, even if we are under a lot of U.S. Occupation.
Now, okay, but what military power do we have? We are, of course, we're under the U.S. and they're based at Quad. So, in terms of security and the protection of ourselves and our children's children, what military power do we have?
I don't think we should be focusing on military power. I think we should be focusing on the damages of the nuclear bombs because they produce so much negative effects on our environment. And you know that Marshall Islands is on the front side of climate change. So if we were to not sign this treaty, people would continue producing mass nuclear and affect the environment.
It's interdisciplinary, meaning military power, nuclear power falls under military power.
Okay.
So what protection would we have? If countries like North Korea isn't a part of the United Nations, what's to say that they might pull the trigger on us?
I would like to disagree because I don't think they have any reason to pull a trigger on an island as small as us.
Even if
You know that Arma has been a victim of nuclear war and the civilians have suffered.
Mhm. For power isn't, yes, we were victims, but power is enough for its reason itself that we're still safe. We're not
We're not.
undermining, we're not undermining our history, but we're looking forward into the future.
And the future is,
Protection, security. This is a humanitarian treaty.
this is not protection because nuclear bombs will have an effect
Time.
on countries like Marshall Island. Thank
Time.
you.
Okay, next it will be the second person in the team. So we'll start with 5 minutes, and it will begin when you start speaking.
Honorable judges, fellow debaters, and spectators, once again, I'm Dr. Mark, and I will share 2 more points in support of the resolution that the RMI should ratify the treaty on the prohibition of the nuclear weapons. Our third point is that the nuclear weapons should bring about nuclear winter, global famine, and environmental devastation. To summarize and paraphrase the ICANN research and findings, scientists have been warning about the potential for climate devastation following nuclear war for decades. In 3 to 4 years following a worldwide nuclear war, the average caloric production would drop by almost 90%, according to a recent study published in Nature Food as quoted in ICANN. The ensuing starvation might kill 5 billion people. More than 2 billion people would perish a small-scale regional nuclear conflict. Furthermore, a nuclear winter wouldn't stop the effects of global warming despite a dip in temperature. It would intensify certain consequences as in increased UV radiation, and that would be extremely harmful to civilians and an entire ecosystem. Although it makes sense that people would be preoccupied with the potential effects of nuclear war on humans, the implication would also be heightened the risk of nuclear conflict. The conflict are fueling an increasing in armed conflict and pushing up the global displaced population to all-time high. Global warming is considered globally as the fastest growing danger to security, magnifying other risks. Our other poor point is that nuclear weapons lead to economic and social justice issues. Just as the testing in RMI, the implication of nuclear weapons, like those of climate change, unfairly affect developing nations and other underprivileged groups. In some of the most vulnerable population in the world, nuclear test explosion, the development of nuclear weapons resulted in major health effects, economic escalation, and long-lasting environmental harm. It costs a lot of money to maintain nuclear weapons, and those money should be invested in developing green or sustainable technology. Together, the 9 nations with nuclear weapons spend $156,000 every minute on them. Strong commercial interests oppose, obstruct, and sabotage action taken against nuclear weapons and climate change. Companies that produce and maintain nuclear weapons oppose efforts to delegitimize and stigmatize to advance nuclear disarmament, much as they oppose initiatives to cut emissions and switch to renewable energy sources. Many of the strategies remain the same, including influencing governments, sponsoring research and think tanks, and projecting job losses and economic hardship. To conclude, I would like to leave with this quote. It doesn't matter who's bombing whom. It can be India and Pakistan or NATO and Russia. Once the smoke is released into the upper atmosphere, it spreads globally and affects everyone. End quote. Thank you.
Okay, you had 1 minute left. And it'll be the second speaker on this side. When you start speaking, the clock will start. 5 minutes.
Hello. Oh. Once again, Yahweh everyone, distinguished guests, judges, and audience. We are proud to be here representing CMI, and we would like to thank USB for the warm welcoming. My name is Jamriana White, and I'll be our second speaker in opposing the RMI from ratifying the TPNW. My partner here has already discussed our first point, which is countries who have nuclear weapons were not present in the discussions. We will now move on to our second point for today, which is that ratifying the TPNW will pose geopolitical implications. To elaborate, geopolitical implications are effects and consequences relating to politics, especially international relations, influenced by geographical factors. For example, the U.S.'s relationship with democratic Asian Pacific islands such as Japan and South Korea. These countries lie under the nuclear umbrella that the United States provides. Essentially, this means that they rely on the U.S. to protect them if any threat arises. If the U.S. were to ratify this treaty, this very relationship that these democratic nations hold would be strained and this alliance would be questioned. Therefore, ratifying this treaty would not only pose issues for the geopolitical landscape, but it will also bring tension to our alliance and guaranteed protection under the United States nuclear umbrella. Second, when the TPNW was first introduced to the UN, the United Nations, in September 2017 and brought into force in January 2021, only 93 signatories had been collected out of 206 country states. This is because ratifying the TPNW could cause increased tensions and mistrust between nations. Countries that have ratified the TPNW will sense a threat towards their national borders because their safety and their security would be undermined with the lack of nuclear weapons that other countries are producing. Therefore, ratifying the TPNW would not be realistic due to the underlying threats that it poses. It is a ripple effect in a pond. Geopolitical implications will be introduced and countries will feel their national security challenged. It is with these reasons that we stand against the RMI ratifying the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. Comodada.
You had 2 minutes and 26 seconds left. Okay. So next up we'll have the crossfire, and it will start with USP, and it'll be 10 minutes, and it'll be a series of questions between the both of you. So when the clock will start when you start your question. You can begin now.
No? Okay. I have a question. What's the relevancy of Japan and South Korea's political relation after the 2000 situation?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
What's the relevancy of Japan and South Korea's political relation have to do with our situation?
Have to do with
Our situation.
our situation. So all of these countries get their democratic relations the same as we are. And as you can see, they all did not first show up to the discussions. They all didn't sign or ratify the treaty because they're all under the nuclear umbrella that the U.S. provides. Democratic nations.
If I heard correctly, one of your teammates said he emphasized on the word future. And you're speaking as if you're focusing on the word that they're not yet ratifying the TPNW now. But what if they do in the future?
Sorry, could you repeat?
If I heard correctly, I heard your teammate focusing on the word future. And yet you're
Okay, if I heard correctly, I was focusing on the future and what if they do sign it in the future. Then that is where the geopolitical implications would drive in. That is where their security will be questioned. That is when, national security would be threatened. Geopolitical implications will rise. And yeah, I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Seven minutes and 40 seconds left.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Could you please repeat the second speaker's cases, the points, like your arguments?
So our third point is that nuclear weapons could bring about nuclear winter, global famine, and environmental devastation. And the fourth point is nuclear weapons lead to economic and social justice issues.
Thank you.
Six minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Five minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Hello. I have another question. So in your speech, you mentioned higher risk of nuclear conflict, and in another point, you mentioned nuclear economic issues. From our understanding, all weapons cost money, war costs money. So if we were to, let's say, abolish nuclear weapons, wouldn't there just be a mass production of another weapon? Wouldn't there still, people will still lose money over war? So what is your stance on that?
Can you repeat the question?
Um, During the speech, higher risk of nuclear conflict arises. At the same time, nuclear economic issues arise also. So from our understanding, we all know that weapons cost a lot of money, war costs a lot of money. So if there's no nuclear weapons, then wouldn't there just be a mass production of a different weapon that would also cost money? That is on the economic issue that was brought up.
Due to the economic issues that you mentioned and asked, the factors that are going to be included in the economic issues are businesses that produce and maintain nuclear weapons don't want to participate with cutting emission and switching to renewable energy sources. And also, if a nation that focuses on sustaining those nuclear weapons this indicates that the expenditure or them spending 1 hour on nuclear pumps is equivalent to the annual operating and maintenance cost of 203 commercial windmills, which means that instead of focusing on world peace, the treaty, they only focus on the greed and the utilization and possessing and production of nuclear weapons.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You said something about these countries only focusing on their production of nuclear weapons.
Yes.
It's more of a security reason. They're not focusing on production to keep producing and to attack. They're focusing on production so that they could, what's the word? As a form of protection, in case other countries that are producing for that reason, in case they were to attack or in case there was a threat, they'd be ready. If, let's just say there would be no nuclear weapons, there will be a change in the power dynamic. US will drop down, and these countries that are not part of this treaty with the nuclear weapons, this will be their chance.
Time. Okay, there will be a downtime of 1 minute, so go ahead and speak among each other. Then it will be followed by the summary speech. And the downtime starts right now. Time. Downtime is over. So next up, we will have the summary of your arguments, and it will start with USP. It will also be 5 minutes for each of you, and the time will start when you start your argument.
As we draw to a close, our team would like to simply share. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. To summarize our resolution today, we would like to bring our focus back to why the TPNW was created in the first place. According to UN.org, the conversation that focused on raising awareness and knowledge of the humanitarian ramifications of any use of nuclear weapons led to the effort to look for a legally obligatory instrument to forbid nuclear weapons. With this knowledge and background about the origins of this treaty, let us get back to the main thing. As one teacher usually says, let the main thing be the main thing. To reiterate, the RMI should ratify the UN Treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons because of the following reasons. First, nuclear weapons cause a lot of destruction and death, especially for civilians. Second, nuclear weapons lead to high levels of radiation. And third, nuclear weapons could bring about nuclear winter, global famine, and environmental devastation. And the last but not least, nuclear weapons lead to economic and social justice issues. I would like to add that there is no greater weapon than nuclear. Thank you.
Okay, you have 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. Will that be all? Okay. Okay, CMI, it'll be your turn with your summary, and the timer will start when you start speaking.
Esteemed guests, judges, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, ratifying the TPNW would be deemed unrealistic. We have to take into account the geopolitical implications and the potential endangerment of our people, not just on a local scale, but on an international scale as well. The evidence is clear. Our security and the geopolitical structure of the world would be in jeopardy. With that being said, the Marshall Islands should not ratify the TPNW. As stated earlier in our first argument, the TPNW is a humanitarian treaty. That means it's working for the best of the humanity. However, that comes into question, is it really the best of our interest if we give other countries like North Korea the power while we have nothing? We're still under protection of the nuclear umbrella. And with that being said, ratifying it will put us, our children, and our children's in danger. And that concludes our argument. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes and 46 seconds left. Are you finished? Okay. Okay, so we'll have a grand crossfire where all members will participate on each team. So after the grand crossfire, it'll be the final focus, okay, which will be the second speaker. Okay.
Test.
So there'll be 10 minutes for the grand crossfire, and it will start when USP starts their question.
They start their what? Whole question.
I remember Speaker 2 saying the fact that if we prohibit nuclear weapons, countries will just produce mass weapons, other weapons, such other than nuclear. Do you have evidence that there are greater weapons than nuclear, though?
Test. Well, nuclear weapons didn't exist about 60 years ago, and now they do. iPhones didn't exist maybe more than 20 years ago, but now they do. So of course, it's evidence that we are going to develop over time. If there's a will, there's a way. So if the nuclear weapons if we use nuclear weapons as security and we remove that, of course, there's going to be a way, if there's a will, to find other sources of protection.
Thank you.
You mentioned that who cares if North Korea has weapons and that the treaty, like we don't have to sign the treaty. But then have you ever thought of the fact that, if we were to break it down to just regular two people, if someone has a knife and you also have a knife, would you throw away your knife because it's fair and it's unhumane? No, you would keep it to protect yourself. Is that correct? It's the same with nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
If North Korea, who is not under the UN, does not throw away their weapons, and the US, who is under the UN, follows the treaty and abolishes their weapons, what do you think will happen to the US and those who are under, including us?
It depends if the person holding a knife is hostile. Are they hostile?
Well, the North Korea is a dictatorship. Of course they're hostile. It depends on the dictator's mood. That's why Donald Trump went to make peace, because they were about to launch a nuclear missile to, South Korea and other countries. So of course, they are hostile. Speaker number 2, you mentioned about nuclear economic issues, but as we've mentioned before, money goes into everything, whether that's food, resources, and including weapons. So if we abolish nuclear weapons, they will just mass produce missiles and other types of weapons. As I've mentioned before, we can still develop and make greater weapons. Why should we abolish the nuclear weapons?
Countries are spending more on nuclear than for their own people. So,
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
countries such as the US, North Korea, they are spending more on their nuclear power than on their people or their economic state.
As we've mentioned, that is for protection. If North Korea, who's currently low on resource and they're very small, are producing nuclear weapons, they're trying to mass produce nuclear weapons, what would we do? Do you think we would just lessen and just abolish the production as well, or should we try to at least match for protection? You guys can add on.
So what you're saying is, do you think that producing nuclear weapons are more important than their civilians survivability?
Well, if let's say there's a castle, and in that castle there are civilians, and then there are knights, and there are enemy countries, enemy territories that are trying to attack us. Would you, and we have limited funds, would you just give it to the civilians, or would you use it on protection first? Prioritize. We must prioritize what we use our money with.
Someone mentioned economics. If they said we should focus on the RMI, at whose expense are we referring to?
What do you mean?
Costly. Whose expense are we referring to?
As I mentioned in one of the points that I mentioned earlier, that quote wasn't meant for the RMI, since RMI doesn't possess or it doesn't produce any nuclear weapons.
Okay. And even if we don't produce any nuclear weapons, are you denying the fact that we're still under the jurisdiction of nuclear protection?
Am I still what?
Are you denying the fact that we're under nuclear protection?
Nuclear protection from the U.S. or other countries?
From potential threats, essentially. So
Potential
like North
threats.
Korea.
Have they ever threatened our country? Have they ever threatened our country with nuclear?
May you please repeat that?
Have they ever threatened our country with nuclear or war?
Well, they threaten other countries. I don't see why not they wouldn't threaten us.
Why would they threaten us?
We're under the U.S.
We're under the United States.
I've heard you mention that North Korea was also under the nuclear umbrella that United States offered. So that means we too are in that.
That's exactly why. We are under the nuclear umbrella, and correct us, if we were to correct what you said, we said that it was a South Korea, not North Korea.
Yes, and I'm asking, you guys are using the metaphor of using another country that is in the same category of safety as we are in.
Yeah, but you guys also mentioned, what was it, just utilization doesn't, possession does not mean utilization. So
It's
just because
common sense.
just because you have a knife, does that mean you're gonna attack somebody with it?
There are many options to use that knife. There is only not killing with it. You can use it to
Exactly.
cut food.
Just because you have nuclear weapons doesn't mean you're gonna attack other countries.
What
You can use it for
other-
protection.
What other possible uses can a country or a person that possesses nuclear weapons can possibly do with nuclear weapons?
As we've stated in our points, protection.
Protection against
Security.
what? This is a treaty of a nuclear-free world, meaning there is no war, no creed, no more arguments against countries, meaning it's free, peaceful.
To be peaceful. That exactly. The nuclear weapon is the reason why the United States is so feared. The reason why no one wants to cause war, because they know the devastation effects of it. So if people were to just say they want to go to the United States, then be my guest. Of course, we're all going to be affected regardless if we have a nuclear war or not. Weapons is the reason why, is still going to be the reason why everybody suffers.
And may I ask, then what is the reason why U.S. produced the treaty?
Huh?
Why did it make or adopt the treaty?
The U.S. did not ratify the treaty.
But U.S.
They signed it, but they did not ratify it. They acknowledged it, but they did not go fully through with it. But the question is, why should the RMI ratify it?
Why should the U.S. be complying to ratify the treaty when it has much higher power than has the Marshall Islands? So the reason why they're asking us this question, if we, the RMI, should or should not ratify the treaty, is because we, as you said, is under the United Nations safety or whatever, their security reason.
Time. So that was the end of the 10-minute grand crossfire. It was starting to get heated, and I like that. Next up, we'll have a downtime where you have 1 minute to speak among each other, and it will be followed by the final focus, which will be given by the second speaker. So the downtime will start right now.
As we draw to a close, our team would like to...
We're at a downtown right now.
Excuse me.
Downtime is over. Now will be the final focus given by the second speaker, and it'll be given by USP first, and the clock will start when you first start speaking.
As we draw to a close, our team would like to simply share a poem about why we should remember that nuclear weapons do not have a place in this world. We have seen and heard of first and experiences, and we bear witness to the Rainwood Dome that houses atrocious chemicals. Please ponder upon this poem by our very own Kathy Shadungal Kitchener, titled Anointed, recording a trip to the dome. Quote, I'm coming to meet you, I'm coming to see you. What stories will I find? Will I find an island or a dome? To get to this dome, take a canoe. Take a canoe through miles of scattered sun, swallow endless rolling sea, gulp down radioactive lagoon. Do not bring flowers or species. There will be no white stone to scatter around this grave. There will be no songs to sing. How shall we remember you? You were a whole island once. You were breadfruit trees, heavy with green cloves of fruit, whispering promises of massive canoes, crabs studded with white sand scuttled through bandinous roots. Beneath looming country trees, beds of ripe watermelon slept still, swollen with juice. And you were protected by powerful heroes, cheap birth from women who could swim pregnant for miles beneath a full moon. Then you became testing ground. 9 nuclear weapons consumed you, one by one by one. Engulfed in an inferno of blazing heat, you became greater, and empty belly plutonium ground into a concrete chiller filled your holy cavern. You became tomb, you became concrete shell, you became solidified history, immovable and unforgettable. You are old island once, who remembers you beyond your death, who would have forgot that you were once green cloves of fruit, bandinous roots and whisper of canoes, who knows the stories of the life you led before. There's a story of a turtle goddess, she gifted one of her sons, Ledao, a piece of her shell anointed with power, a leathery green Bregman aloe as a piece of bark. It gave Ledao the power to transform into anything, into trees and houses, the shapes of other men, even kindling for the first fire he almost burned us alive. I'm looking for more stories. I look and I look. There must be more to this than incinerated trees, a cracked dome, a rising sea, a leaking nuclear waste with no fence. There must be more than a concrete shell that houses death. Here is a legend of a shell anointed with power. Ledao used this shell to turn himself into kindling for the first fire. He gave this fire to a small boy. The boy almost burned his entire village to the ground. Licks of fire lit from strands of coconut leaves, from skin and bone, and while the boy cried, Ledao laughed and laughed. It is a story of a people on fire. We pretend it is not burning all of us. Here is a story of the ways we've been tricked, of the lies we've been told. It is not radioactive anymore. Your illnesses are normal. You're fine. You're fine. My belly is a crater empty of stories and answers only questions. Hard as concrete, who gave them this power? Who anointed them with the power to burn? And boom. Remember, choose life, not nuclear weapons.
Okay, CMI, you will have 5 minutes to give your final focus on your debate, and that will start when you start speaking.
Once again, Yahweh everyone, esteemed guests, judges, ladies and gentlemen. My colleagues and I stand here to oppose the RMI from ratifying the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. As stated in our previous points, countries who have these nuclear weapons were not there during this discussion. That goes to show which side they really are on. Secondly, it introduces geopolitical implications, which are effects and consequences relating to politics, especially international relations, as influenced by geographical factors. So it is it's not a safe idea to go for it, saying that we are under the protection of the UN and the US and the UN, when the United Nations isn't really an enforcing agency regarding the fact that North Korea, somebody who is hostile with nuclear weapons, is not under the United Nations. And that is all.
That's the end of the first round. We will break for lunch, and 1 o'clock, the second round will begin. Thank you, everybody.
It will be us again.
Okay, thank you, students. So we have some refreshment at the back while we're waiting for our lunch. We have some cookies and water, so grab some to get your energy. And all right, okay. Qatar.
Hi.
เชิญ Teragion kijlingan Najimuru-muru jene angan Raga jagatan Komansi bugi Teragi gomare Ese teragi gomare silindoren kejirakoto megere rakoto ko aimse rodo dogione nindra jujur dogioni yani jujuri mezarbungali nioni oni bugoni rodo dogione nindra jujur dogioni yani jujuri mezarbungali nioni oni bugoni I need them poco dogo I need
me do that again. Heads. So you guys go first. Okay.
Test.
Okay. CMI, you'll go first, and the clock will start when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges and fellow debaters. I am Jason Kalajamore, and I am here today to discuss a very important topic, which is, should the Republic of the Marshall Islands ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW? Before we get started, let's define ratify. Ratification is a formal acceptance of a treaty or agreement by a state, indicating that state's commitment to abide by the terms and provisions outlined within. As the affirmative side, it is our responsibility to explain why ratifying the TPNW is morally right and necessary for the Republic of the Marshall Islands. First point, acknowledging historical injustices. First and foremost, we contend that ratifying the TPNW is a moral need based on recognition and redress of past wrongs suffered by our people. The letter of the Marshall Islands, written by John Silk, attests to the generational pain caused by nuclear testing and emphasizes the terrible human cost of these experiments. Nuclear experimentation has resulted in generations of health issues, displacements, and environmental devastation. Recognizing and addressing these historical injustices gives rise to the moral obligation to ratify the TPNW by Silk, 1954. Are you going to deny and go against everything that our grandparents and past generations have worked so hard and fought for? They suffered through countless events because of such nuclear weapons. If we do not ratify the TPNW, that would mean you render everything that the past generations have done useless. Our whole lives, current and to those before us, have dealt with the consequences of another country's actions. They not only said it was for the greater good of mankind, but also conducted experiments on us. Whether the Bikinians haven't returned to Bikini or people suffering from health problems such as thyroid cancer or more. Environmental concerns is our second point. Not only do we have to acknowledge what happened to the past generations, we must acknowledge what had happened to our land. Some of the lands became uninhabitable. Runit Dome on Enewetak was used to fill up nuclear waste and is not only filled up with nuclear waste, but it is also leaking. The people of Bikini and nearby islands have not yet returned to their homelands because of the fresh but poisonous fish, the nutritious but infected plants, and the sweet, cool but radiated coconuts. Our lands and waters are basically our identity and our lives. That very same land is contaminated. The sad part is that it happened over 70 years ago, and the majority of the Bikinians have yet to step on Bikini because of the radiation that is still lingering around for so many years. That is a whole generation of people. This is what nuclear weapons have done to our land. In order to prevent such events from occurring again, we must sign the TPNW Treaty. In conclusion, we should ratify the treaty because of the historical injustices that we are facing, as well as the environmental concerns that nuclear weapons can and have caused. If we do not ratify the treaty, we are not fighting for what had happened to us and what had happened to our land. Komol.
You had 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining. USP, it'll be your turn to give your speech, and you have 5 minutes, and that will start when you start speaking.
Before we proceed with today's debate, we, the USP team, would like to take this time to acknowledge and pay our respect to those lives that has been affected by the nuclear testing in the RMI as we commemorate the Nuclear Remembrance Day. We are honored to be included in this activity as we pay our tribute to the sacrifices of the islanders and the sacrifices of this country. There are no winners or losers here today because we are here to continue to advocating for a safer future. Honorable judges, esteemed guests, supporters, and fellow debaters, hello, my name is Foster Anakin, and these are my teammates, Tagajab and Junior. We do not stand in support of the resolution that RMI should ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Instead, we believe that the RMI should not ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of the Nuclear Weapons. There are several key terms that need to be defined before I proceed with today's debate, and there are treaty, a binding formal agreement, contract, or other written instrument that establish obligations between two or more subjects of international law. UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, a comprehensive set of prohibitions of participating in any nuclear weapons activities. And the other one is nuclear weapons, a device that uses a nuclear reaction to create an explosion. My team and I will offer 4 points today in supporting of our position and our resolution, which I will restate. The RMI should not ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. On our first point, the historical concept of the Marshall Islands plus the effectiveness of this treaty. Our second point is sovereignty concerns. And our third point is regional dynamics. Our fourth point is alternative approaches. I will elaborate on the first two, and one of the teammates will elaborate on point 3 and 4. While the decision whether the Marshall Islands should ratify the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is ultimately up to the government and people of the Marshall Islands. There are several potential reasons why they might choose not to ratify the treaty. Our first point is that the RMI should not ratify this treaty because we need to consider the historical context of our country, and we should question the effectiveness of this treaty. The Marshall Islands some say unique, I say negative. Historical relationship with nuclear weapons due to its status as a former U.S. nuclear testing site. Some Marshall Islanders may feel that ratifying the TPNW could be seen as enduring a treaty that has been criticized for perpetuating nuclear disparity between nuclear and armed and non-nuclear armed states, with adequately addressing the impacts of nuclear testing on the affected communities. Furthermore, the effectiveness of this treaty is questionable. Critics of the NPT may question its effectiveness in achieving its state goal, particularly regarding nuclear disarmament. They may argue that nuclear-armed states have not made significant progress in fulfilling their obligations under the treaty, which could undermine confidence in its ability.
Now we'll have the crossfire between both teams. CMI will go first with their first question. This round, the crossfire will be for 5 minutes. Okay, and the timer will start when you start your first question.
You said that there is no Can you elaborate more on when you said there's no significant progress on this treaty?
Sorry, come again?
Can you talk more about what you said when you said that there is no significant progress?
Yeah. I would say that Norway struggle, like TP and W could be seen as entering a treaty.
Okay. You also mentioned historical relationships with nuclear weapons. Yes, we do have a historical relationship with nuclear weapons. Isn't that the reason why we should ban it even more?
Um, some Marshall Islanders may feel that the ratifying the DPNW could be seen as enjoying a treaty that has been criticized for.
3 minutes remaining.
You also mentioned how the treaty is not effective, or the effectiveness of the treaty. Can you also talk more about that?
Two minutes remaining.
The effective of this treaty is questionable. Critic of the NBT may question its effectiveness in achieving its state goals.
You said it is questionable, but the treaty started 2017. According to what had happened in the past, the nuclear testings happened over 70 years ago, and not that many countries know about the Marshall Islands and the nuclear legacy. So if the treaty started 2017, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 years, but we already have about 93 signatures, isn't that already good enough progress?
They may argue that nuclear armed states have not made significant progress in fulfilling their obligation under the treaty, which could undermine confidence in its ability to prevent.
To further elaborate, the reason why we should go with this treaty is because of our historical injustices of what had happened to us and the effects it had on our land. If we do not ratify, then of course it'll mean that whatever happened to the people that have worked so hard to get to where we are, useless.
Time. Okay. Now it's time for the second speaker of each team to give their argument. It will start with CMI, and it will be for 5 minutes, and that will start when you begin speaking.
Yahweh, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, distinguished judges, fellow debaters, I am Tristan Zebedee Horyuchi, and I am here today to discuss the very important topic. Should the Republic of the Marshall Islands ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, otherwise known as the TPNW? We are on the side to ratify the treaty. My partner has discussed 2 points, which are acknowledgement of historical injustice and environmental concerns. I will be discussing the humanitarian side. The Marshall Islands in the past have suffered through countless bombings of nuclear testings, starting in 1946 and ending in 1958, with a total of 67 bombs being dropped on our homeland. That is 12 years of my home going through experiments like we are not even human beings. We were treated like guinea pigs and conducted with radiation. Castle Bravo, one of the biggest bombs ever landed in human history. The explosion yielded the energy equivalent of 15 megatons, or about 33 billion pounds of TNT, or 1,000 Hiroshima bombs. Yes, the Castle Bravo was really that powerful. But imagine it landing on islands so small, you can see it at the end of each side of the island just from standing in the middle. Inhumane trials that these people went through were shown to see what would happen if radiation exposed to the skin. If they were to ingest radiation or radiated food and liquids, and if it was to be injected into their bodies, how can you say that nuclear bombs can be allowed after everything our people have been through? Not only us, but also Australia, Japan, and many other countries. It is humane to go through all of these sufferings? Is it right to let these deadly weapons be free and legal to be used without any consequences? Would it be right to let the innocent lives go through the burden of use of radiation just because of political disagreements? Even if war is bound to happen, would you want to suffer from being poisoned and have your children and their children and their children suffer? Be affected and have them suffer from something that happened to you? We already know what nuclear radiation can do to people. It happened to our people. Just because it happened the first time doesn't mean it should happen again. In fact, such cruel acts should never happen again, and I wouldn't wish it happened to the worst of my enemies. If we do not ratify the TPNW, nuclear weapons will continue to be a possible threat to not just us, but to all of humanity. If World War III is a nuclear war, it will destroy all of humanity. There will be hell on earth, no peace, and only sufferings. TPNW should be ratified because it is an action we can take to prevent this outcome. To summarize, we should ratify the TPNW because the effects of nuclear weapons are very inhumane. Allowing these weapons to run rampant will only lead to the downfall of humanity and only cause sufferings, similar if not worse than what our people have suffered. For this reason, we should take an initiative, keyword, initiative, to do something before it is too late. Como tada.
You had 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. USP, it will be your turn, and the clock will start when you begin speaking.
Testing. Honorable judges, fellow debaters, and spectators, once again, I'm Dekja Marvin, and I will share 2 more points in support of the resolution that the RMI should not ratify the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Our third point is that regional dynamics, which in the Pacific region may influence the Marshall Islands' decision on whether to ratify the TPNW. Concerns about neighboring states' nuclear capabilities or intention could shape the Marshall Islands' approach to nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament efforts. Our fourth point is that some may argue that there are alternative approaches to promoting nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation that better address the specific concerns and priorities of the Marshall Islands. These could include advocacy for nuclear-free zones, support for multilateral disarmament initiative, and engagement with regional and international partners on securities and development issues. Ultimately, the decision whether to ratify the TPNW involves careful consideration of the Marshall Islands' historical experiences, security concerns, and long-term objectives, as well as its assessment of the treaty's benefits and limitations in advancing its interests on the global stage. To conclude, not ratifying the treaty would put the Marshall Islands in a position to be autonomous and determine its own future. It would be a mistake to ratify it now based on the information available to us at this point in time. We must do our due diligence before we ratify anything. Thank you.
You had 3 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Now we'll have the crossfire between each team.
Please provide an example of advocacy.
Wait. Hold
Oh.
on. So there's gonna be 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the crossfire. And you will go first, CMI, and it will start when you start speaking.
Please provide an example of advocacy. Okay, instead of that question, how about another question? You mentioned regional security, and as you said, this is a humanitarian treaty, so wouldn't it be best served, or the best interest, that we should ratify the treaty if it's about security and humanitarian? With that being said, can you also please further elaborate on regional security and how that would look like?
The regional security. Since the Marshall Islands is under the U.S. Army Security for Safety, and there are some other countries that are not in term of agreement for the TPNW, and it could cause disagreement against us, which is a bad thing for us since we're a small country. We are depending on the U.S. We are not yet developed. We are not that have qualities military forces. And based on the information, it's better to assess the treaty before we do anything in a hurry. Just assess it before we ratify it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's like I said in my speech. We need to take initiative. Like I said, keyword, initiative. RMI is under U.S. Army security, Pacific Island nations. Yes, that's true. However, Palau is also under the Compact of Free Association. They ratified the TPNW. Why can't we? Another island nation, Palau, ratified the TPNW. Why can't us, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, ratify the TPNW?
Sorry if I asked that with another question, but is Palau under the U.S. Army forces or safety?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Our topic for today is we're focusing on the Marshall Island. There is no mention of Palau. Why does Palau have to include in this topic of us?
Well, that's because you guys mentioned RMI security. We're under U.S. security. You mentioned RMI security. Wait. Yeah. You mentioned RMI is under U.S. security. And other Pacific Island nations, like the RMI, are also under U.S. security.
But still, why does it have to
Time.
be Palau?
Time. Good job, good job. So now we'll have the downtime for 1 minute. After the downtime, the first speaker will speak again, giving their summary of the argument, and the downtime will start now. Okay. Okay, so now we'll start with the summary of the arguments. Starting with CMI, the first speaker will go ahead, and the 5-minute timer will start when you start speaking.
Quotation. Bravery is not the absence of fear. It is being filled with fear, but doing it anyways. End quote. By some warrior. Yahweh, distinguished judges, fellow debaters, and everybody that has attended. I am Justin Kajamore, and I'm going to summarize the points of me and my colleague, Tristan Haruichi's 3 points. We are on the side to ratify the treaty of the TPNW. To go over our points, we mentioned the historical injustices that we have faced, environmental concerns, as well as humanitarianism. Ratifying the TPNW will acknowledge historical injustices that our people have faced. Going against the treaty will go against everything everybody has fought for so far. They have been through countless effects of radiation and countless of fights for justice. Their will is still being passed down through generations, as well as the effects of radiation. After suffering a history of injustice, it is only right for the Marshall Islands to be a strong advocate in signing the treaty. One of the injustices that still affects us today are the environmental damages and health sufferings that the nuclear weapons have caused us. Bikini is still uninhabitable, and the people are still suffering from the common cancers that nuclear weapons have caused. Runit Dome is a crater filled with toxic waste, and you say that we should not sign the treaty? Isn't it only right to advocate for what is right? It is human nature to fight for what we believe in and to fight for the cause of our sufferings. Everybody that has fought for this has made a difference. The treaty was signed 2017, that is 7 years, up to date. First, not that many people signed it, but over 7 years, people have come around. Same for the knowledge of what had happened in the nuclear bombs. Over 70 years ago, there are still a lot of people that does not know about what had happened, but we are still making progress. In conclusion, we support to ratify the treaty because of the historical injustices that our people have faced, the environmental concerns that still affects us today, as well as the humanitarianism effects that also affects us today. Thank you.
You had 2 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. USP, it will be your turn now, and the timer will start when you start speaking.
To summarize our resolution today, we would like to restate our position that the RMI should not ratify the UN Treaty for the proliferation of nuclear weapons. We are presented for a reason or points in supporting of this statement. There are number one, the historical context of the RMI. Number two, sovereignty concerns. And number three is regional dynamics. Number four is alternative approaches. The position as articulate their reasons for ratifying this treaty. However, it fails to address certain dynamic because the RMI has a very complicated relationship with nuclear weapons. We had been targeted due to the isolated state without regard for the human life that inhabit these islands. We should and we lean into a ratify this argument based on the word of bigger nations. History has taught us that we bigger nation can and has missed us. Why should we push for these ratifications based on their words? Are we sure that pushing this agenda only adds their own agendas? How do we know that this treaty has been brought forward for the good of everyone? Because from where we are pushing for the ratifications of this treaty only fulfill the need of the agenda of bigger nations. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our personal opinions and thought about nuclear weapons, one thing is for certain, we must make this decision ourselves without treating being solved in our faces to serve more powerful nation. Thank you.
You had 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. Now will be the grand crossfire where all members participate. This will be 5 minutes long. And the first question will be given by CMI. And That will start when the first question is asked.
Once again, Yahweh Aled. My question is, how does ratifying the TPNW fulfill the needs of other nations? In what ways and in what context? Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
How does ratifying the TPNW fulfill the needs of other countries or of other nations?
Sorry again. Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
It was stated in the summary that ratifying this treaty would fulfill the needs of other nations. So we want to know how does it fulfill the needs of other nations and in what ways and in what context?
Moving on, you guys also mentioned that there were no significant progress on this treaty. Can you also elaborate on that?
So we mentioned before acknowledging historical injustice.
Test.
Oh. So, acknowledging historical injustices, environmental concern, and humanitarianism, as this is an humanitarianism approach to the TPNW is a humanitarian treaty. Tell us, why shouldn't why us, the Marshallese, the Marshall Islands, shouldn't ratify the treaty?
as my teammates mentioned, which were including in our PowerPoints, there were the historical context of the Marshall Islands, which ultimately up to the government and the people of the Marshall Islands. You tell me where or who allowed the U.S.
That was the end of the grand crossfire. There will be now a downtime of 1 minute for you to speak among each other. After the downtime, it will be time for the final focus, and it'll be 5 minutes to each team, and it'll be the second speaker that speaks on behalf of each team. And the downtime, hold on. The downtime will start now. Time. Okay. So the final focus from each team will begin now, and the CM will speak first. 5 minutes, and the time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, distinguished judges, fellow debaters, I will be giving the final focus on as to why the Marshall Islands should ratify the TPNW. Number one, as we went through the crossfire rounds and grand crossfire rounds, we noticed there wasn't enough evidence provided on regional security, COFA, and advocacy. However, on our stance, on where we stand, which is to ratify the TPNW, we acknowledge historical injustices, environmental concerns, and of course, humanitarianism. And as we've said before, between 60 to 70 years ago, Bikinians have not returned to Bikini. People from Australia, Japan, have all experienced the same through the injustices and the power of nuclear destruction. Environmental concerns, we mentioned in our summary, Brunet Dome, which contains mostly nuclear waste. Which contains mostly nuclear waste and is currently spilling out into our oceans. And as it spills out into our ocean, it contaminates the coral, the land, the fish, our ancestors, our children, and ourselves eat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only right for the Marshall Islands to ratify the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And it's evident through historical facts, through the damages it's caused on our environment, and the consequences we face, not just on a not the consequences we face now and on a generational scale. With that being said, at the end of the day, if we start something, start an initiative, yes, you might say we don't have the vote, we're a small country, but keep in mind, if we start something, start an initiative, keep it going, gradually it'll build up. And eventually it'll become a thing not only for us, but for our children's and our children's children. Como tata.
Thank you. You had 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on that. Team USP, will be your turn to give your speech, the final summary, the final focus, and you'll be allotted 5 minutes, and that will start when you start speaking.
Esteemed judges, spectators, and fellow debaters, today's debate was about ratifying the UN Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to do or not to do. Our team has been adamant from the beginning of this debate that the RMI should not ratify the UN Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Our issue is that we do not have enough information yet about this treaty that would allow us the confidence to ratify this treaty. Our issue is that this treaty has been pushed by bigger nations who may or may not have hidden agendas. Maybe it's time that we stand up and make up our own decision. We should not be afraid to become part of the negotiation and look into the details of this treaty. The US ratified the treaty on one hand, and on the other hand, continues to own nuclear weapons. That does not make sense. Then and only then can we make an informed decision about ratifying this treaty. At this moment, we should not ratify it because we should work on examining this treaty. Yes, you said, and you repeat what I said, that we're not a developed country. But look and be realistic. Have you ever seen any progress of Marshallese being brave to stand up to bigger countries for their rights of Marshall Island? We should not ratify it because we have to focus and look into the treaty details by details. What I'm saying is, let's not rush, because rushing only brings us disaster. If you're careful and make careful steps along the way, then only then you can make progress and successful achievements. Thank you.
I will give this back to the MC, but let's give these students a round of applause. Okay, not here. Okay.
Hello, Yakwe. So they're gonna tally the scores, and then we'll tell who's the winner for today's debate. While we're doing that, can I ask Mr. Thomas, former ambassador, to come up and say something or give a speech?
Well, I am quite impressed by your discussions. I think you all are the winners because you have really studied the TPNW, the discussions about it, and therefore you have won for yourself, for your team, both in your knowledge, and certainly those who are in the no side do not necessarily show these views personally. So I'm quite impressed also that the SUP is organizing such an in-depth discussion about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is very important, certainly. I also would like to say briefly that it is part of the nuclear disarmament treaty architecture, because before, and some have mentioned it, we had only the non-proliferation treaty that dates back to the 1970, when the nuclear weapon states made a kind of deal with the non-nuclear weapon states that they would disarm and the non-nuclear weapon states would not acquire nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, 50 years further on, they haven't disarmed yet. And when we look at the other treaties regulating weapons of mass destruction, biological weapons, chemical weapons, they all include a clear prohibition norm. And on this basis, it was possible to rid the planet of chemical weapons, biological weapons. So you need this prohibition norm. And it was also somehow in the philosophy of the NPT that one day we would get a prohibition norm. So the TPNW finally brought this prohibition norm, and everyone was invited to participate, because I myself tabled at the United Nations in New York the draft resolution on the negotiations, and the wide majority of countries was in favor. And then we had all the nameplates of all UN members there, but a number of countries didn't show up, as we all know. And so it was inclusive, certainly, and everyone has the right to take part in negotiations or not, certainly, but it's not an argument to say that it was done without them. They chose not to come to the party, okay, that's your right, but it was a very inclusive process. And it went quite quickly, the negotiations, quicker than I personally thought, because there was a strong sense of unity among the 125, I think, states participating in the negotiations, because they wanted to achieve this norm. And there were very serious negotiations on the exact wording and so on. But finally then on the 7th of July 2017, we had achieved a consensus on the wording. And then the Netherlands, under a NATO country, had also participated, because their parliament had obliged them to participate. They then asked for a vote, and they were the only ones voting against it. So 122 countries voted in favor, and Singapore abstained because of a detailed formulation that they thought should have been otherwise. But that was a big success to bring about finally this prohibition norm for nuclear weapons. and then it was opened for countries to sign and ratify. And interestingly, for the Marshall Islands, the first country that signed and ratified was Thailand, also a country where the US has military bases. And so there is no reason to believe that you cannot reconcile having a US military base with being a state party of the DPNW. And just look at the next president of the meeting of state parties in March 2025. It will be Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is, like yourself, a victim of nuclear testing. And Kazakhstan has, like the RMI, in that case, Russian military base. And last year, the Russians used this military base again as a target area for intercontinental ballistic missiles. So Kwajalein is not unique, and you have other countries in the DPNW who are in the same you are. Palau was mentioned, so obviously you can have a compact of association with the US and be a state party. Then what is very important, of course, is that the DPNW has been the first and only treaty on nuclear disarmament so far that deals with the victims of nuclear testing and nuclear use and environmental rehabilitation. And this becomes now even more important for a country like RMI that is a victim of nuclear testing, because the consultations have now started to bring about an international trust fund for victim assistance and environmental rehabilitation. And the co-chairs of these negotiations, of these consultations, are Kiribati and Kazakhstan, both countries of nuclear testing. So if there is a desire to benefit money that will come into this trust fund, you have to be, of course, the state party of the DPNW. So it's not only that the provisions are there in the treaty, in the text, but now they are also going to set up this international trust fund. So therefore I consider your discussion here particularly timely, because if your government finally decides what they want to do about the DPNW, it might be a good idea to join before the next meeting of states parties that will be held in March 2025 in New York. The numbers are increasing. Now we have already 93 countries that have signed the treaty, and 70 have completed the ratification process. We know that a number of countries now in the example Indonesia, and this constant rise in numbers is going to continue also because we run every year, Austria is the main solution on the TPP at the United Nations, in which we call for signing and ratifying the treaty, and we always get something like 123 votes in favor. So there's a clear potential there that the numbers will further rise, because you do not call for signing and ratifying when you do not want to do it yourself, obviously. So it's perhaps also worth that the majority of countries clearly is convinced that bad You have weapon-free zones in Africa, Latin America, South Pacific, Southeast Asia, Central Asia. So those countries are very numerous. About altogether like 110, and there are other countries like my own country, Austria, that are not part of such a zone, but are very convinced and have taken a leading role in nuclear disarmament. It's also interesting to see the impact of the treaty already. So you have now, for the second time, this formulation in the outcome of the meeting of the G20, and that includes the 5 nuclear weapon states, in which they say that any threat and use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. So that's pretty close to it should be prohibited when it is inadmissible. And you also have always to bear in mind you cannot fulfill an obligation of nuclear disarmament, and the US and the other nuclear weapon states always reiterated the stand by this obligation when you do not have a prohibition norm. Because when it's not prohibited, even when all nuclear weapons might be eliminated one day, the knowledge is there. And when the knowledge is there, somebody could start again. So you have to have a prohibition norm. Finally, on the security angle, of course, the security treaty, but it is based on the knowledge of humanitarian consequences of weapons, and you know them very well here in RMI. But nuclear weapons have not brought security to the world. I mean, you have all these conflicts going on in the world. 1/4 of mankind is living in an armed conflict. Nuclear weapons have not even achieved that there would not have been military encounters among nuclear weapon states. Just think of India and Pakistan. In 2019, India bombed some places in Pakistan. This might have evolved to a full-scale war, including the use of nuclear weapons. You have other examples. Your peace is sinking through. And you mentioned a lot the nuclear umbrella. Well, actually, nuclear deterrence is not a fact, it's a theory. And so even when you believe in it, and there are many people who have good reasons not to believe in it, because after all, how reliable is this guarantee? Because it's rightly only the of the US president under which circumstances, where and when he would use nuclear weapons. And in Europe, for example, we always said that the Americans would not die for a country somewhere to Russia, because once they use nuclear weapons, they know that then the Soviet side would have responded by bombarding US major cities, and so I think everyone would think several times before using nuclear weapons. So Kissinger, who died recently, is on record allies sacrifice their existence. Big powers don't sacrifice their existence for allies. I mean, it's a vital question, so whether or not would react with. And the other thing certainly is that the effects are so grave that everybody is involved in this. It's about our lives, it's about your country. Even so, the conflict would be somewhere in South Asia, with the environmental effects, we have heard it, everyone is affected. And therefore, it was about time also that non-nuclear weapon states also took an initiative on nuclear disarmament, because just waiting another 50 years whether or not the nuclear weapon states will disarm, I mean, it's our fate and it is our future. So with these brief words, I want to thank you. I think it's really uplifting for me to see with the high degree of dedication you prepared yourself and you conducted this discussion. Thank you, and I want to applaud you.
Thank you so much for that, Ambassador. So, we'll wait for a minute. She's still counting. She's very carefully counting because it is a very, very important announcement for the student. But I would like to take this moment. I forgot to acknowledge. Oh, okay. One moment. Oh, before sorry, I forgot. The student that were representing USP is a joint. It's USP JEP. Okay. Any question for Mr. the Ambassador before I proceed? I guess not. Okay. I want to give my thanks again to the acting director for USP for allowing us to use USP to have our debate, to learn or to get the perspective of the student about what do they think about the TBWN. So, I mean, what? I'm getting confused. Okay. We're on live. So. But I forgot to acknowledge this morning NNC's director, I mean not director, but chairperson, Ariana Tiban Gilma, which she's not here with reason that she cannot, that we cannot. So, Commissioner Alison Kellen, Commissioner Ali Parker, our lovely judges again for giving their time to come and hear the students' debate and keeping them score, and we'll see who wins today. The timekeeper, the scorekeeper, imale bimiyang kumiyangar kubata kalo rainin. Yalaban NNC kaulay kaman emana ba kumar choni to rainin ilar. Ronga jagay anajiri ray nijireng kalau kay lamalakan TBNW. I'm getting confused with that, but thank you so much, and we'll give another minute for the scorekeeper to tally up all the scores, and then we'll announce the winner. More. Nggak, coba aja ke. Ngenarkan nih, rabbit kedua. Hold your breath. Apa yan? Kakil kan? Okay. Imaranga kaji lagi pena. Can I ask the judges to come up, and we'll give the envelope to the winner first. Place in the second place, and then take a photo up. Amanangay? Okay? And I'll give it to Lori to announce the winner, since I'll be also be standing with you guys because I'm putting my NNC hat back as the, but I'll give Lori to announce who's the winner, the first and the second place.
Yagoyaole, before I announce the winners, I wanted to let everyone know that first place that wins will get $1,000, and the second place winner will get $500. Today, CMI and USB had a debate, and they debated about should RMI ratify the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And today's second winner that gets a second prize is USP. USP JEP, which means that the first place winner is CMI. So I'd like to ask the participants to come up and get their prize. So USP, come up here and get your second place prize of $500.
Can we get maybe the coach or two or all of you students come up from USP, JBE? You guys did a really, really good job. Very, very impressive. Can I ask the judges also to come up? Connie? Give them so we can pick. Diane?
Diane, please come up and take pictures with the second place winners. And the first place winner, CMI, please come up and get your prize. Judges, please stay on stage to take photos. Congratulations. So they told me that there's no check-in site, but they'll get to you later. But great job.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of our program. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I see Yolanda. Yolanda, come on. I think she will give an acknowledgement. Come on. And then, Charaman Alep, Charaman CMI, Charaman USP, JB. Charaman, come on.